It could also be stored in the left butt cheek. We'll get to that when we get there. Tasty. Anyway. So I noticed that the volume bar is going a lot higher than it used to. Let me try to fix that. Alright. Go with that setting. So I have changed one of the microphone settings. There's compression now. Hopefully it makes it sound better. Alright. So it has been a while since Paul here had an app. Maybe I do that. Looks much more comfortable than a bed of this kind probably should. Well, get some rest. Close your eyes and sink to slumber. Darkness. You open your eyes to absolute darkness. Naked, you are standing naked, exposed to a frigid breeze. You shiver. Eyes. Another pair of eyes appear opposite you, serpentine, and they gaze at you. You feel hypnotized. You feel drawn toward their glow. Suffocation. The last thing you feel is suffocation. You wake up with a strong migraine, drenched in sweat. Well, doesn't sound like a good nap. So let me turn down the microphone a little bit more in OBS. Alright. Again, I probably should have tested all this shit before going live, but it's a little late for that. What's the worst that could happen? Anyways. I remembered something I was planning on doing and then I never got around to. Fixing the power for the muties. Last time I was there, didn't really have a very good electronic skill, but now I do. I also still gotta go talk to, the ferryman again. Get, Yod on the line, she'll tell me. Right after I get this done. Wrong floor. Attempt to boost this unit's power output. There's a single panel at the front of the unit you can open. As the outer casing is made of actual stone and cannot possibly be handled by a simple or single person, you open the panel and inspect what's inside. There's no way for you to reach the generator core, so that would require the casing to be removed. But despite that, you soon figure out a way to get more power out of this unit, by cannibalizing the unit next to it for replacement parts. You turn the power off so that you may work safely. The lights turn dim, but even in semi-darkness, you're able to accomplish your task. You immediately feel the extra power after turning the unit back on. Total output 1.5 megawatts. And this place looks a little bit more lit up. The lights, wheeze. The power, wheeze. You did this. Yeah, boosted the generator downstairs. Reckoned you could use some extra juice. Did you? Well, thank you. Thank you very much. The boost in electrical power will help us greatly. We'd like to display our gratitude, but we have nothing more to offer than what we already have. Consider yourself always welcome here. A lot of things I could ask, but I was about to say I'm feeling lazy, but fuck it, let's ask. Are the oldest one here? Yes. Yes, I am. How'd you get here? By boats. We took them. No one would give or sell them to us. It was a large migration, so we had enough manpower to seize what we needed. Can you tell me more about this migration? I'd rather not talk about it. The details are very blurry, but the emotions are still strong. Please, don't ask me further about our history. What's life like here? Do not ask me questions like that. You saw it perfectly well on your way down. But we are safer here than our brothers and sisters over there in Underrail. Right. Feel like I just made things worse by asking all of that stuff. I'll be leaving now. Goodbye. There's stuff over there. Better not ruin things. never did talk to Frank. The towering monstrosity slowly turns to discover you with its uncoordinated eyes. There's no immediate reaction to your presence, but as the creature begins inquisitively tilting its head from one side to the other, you notice its face slowly morphing into a series of different, unclear expressions. Yet no matter how many of them come and go, not one of them abandons the realm of misery and vacuousness. It finds your lack of odious growths uncanny, the conclusion you reach the moment it looks at its own for reference. The creature then tries to touch you with one of its freakish fingers. It's been polite so far. It prods you a few times in places where growths exist on it, but not on you. Once rather sharply and insensitively even. But then it lowers its arm, none of its findings showing on its face, before gawking at you for a few more moments. Doesn't take long, however, for it to lose its interest in you and turn its attention to something else. The liquid contents of a filthy barrel, inviting only to those with an unwholesome palate. A strange act of awareness. It addresses you with a few words while unleashing a strong, sulfuric breath upon you, like that of rotten eggs whisked in a toilet bowl. Frank, want, eat. You leave, Frank, eat. Frank, mad, if stomach, empty. The creature turns away from you. The conversation appears to be over. It's just doing his thing. Eustace rubs his forehead. 1 second. Takes him about 10 instead, after whose expiration he sighs in relief and looks at you. Where were we? Know anything about the ferryman? He's an old gentleman, sailing the sea, scavenging for stuff. He trades with us some of it. Yeah, he's kind to us. He nods, his eyes following with a delay. Anything else you can tell me about him? Sure. He hesitates for a second, his eye darting across the room. Such rapid movement gives them an odd floaty appearance, as though there are two lubricated balls moving freely in their sockets. He's alone, out there, you know, all by himself. And he's got lots of time to think about, life, the world, existence. Tell me more. Well, I can't grasp a lot of what he says, and he doesn't talk often, but it's often concerned with the decline of everything, really. Civilizations, values, people. I'm not about to argue. He's damn right. It is his ideas about why all those things are like that that's confusing. Open spaces above the ceiling, traveling down, irrelevance of time. It's too much for poor Eustace, he gurgles. What kind of things does the ferryman bring for trade? To us, meat, mushrooms, hides, materials. But he also finds pretty strange and odd things. Example, one time he had this rock thingy. One side was rock, the other was crystal. Small thingy. He wouldn't trade it though. I just saw him look at it. He finds other things as well, like ancient jewelry, pretty pieces of statues and art. Do you happen to know his sailing route? So-so. He has a fairly regular route. Yeah, I guess it's better than nothing. Starting with our place, his next stop is usually the Pirate Bay. Then he sails north again. I think he mentioned the northeastern waters a couple of times. Then he comes back here and again and again. Let's trade some stuff. Guy sure likes to buy medicine. Alright. I'll give a quick phone call. Can you see the ferryman anywhere? Over. No. He sailed north into Savage territory before I lost sight of him. Should be in my scope again soon. Follows a fairly consistent route. Visiting the Muty Island, the pirate base before going north again. Alright, enemy activity. Pirates or savages? Pirates. Not much activity over at the pirate base. Their patrols are becoming rather sparse as well. Over. And the savages? Over. Still lots of activity. There's a lot of them there. Over. Might not have to worry about a pirate raid after all. Might have killed enough of them to put a damper on that. Alright. So notice over here that I ran into the ferryman. Isn't showing on the map, but he can also show up here, but haven't seen him there yet. So go to the spot where I found him last time. Might get lucky. Other than a potential hermit crab, doesn't seem to be anything on this little island. Oh. Attention all sec troopers. The camp is under attack. I repeat, we're under attack. All available troops should report to camp defense. This is Paul. I'll be over there as soon as possible. Over. Roger that, Paul. Oh shit. Didn't think they'd be here. They're gonna have a harder time dodging. Works for me. More than one boat. Doesn't seem like it. I want the rebel. Rose Nautilus. 1 point. Let's get on the boat. Snake teeth necklace. 4 hollow snake teeth on a string. 1 point. It's a weapon rack. Seems about right. If there's another boat this way. Nope. Locked and loaded. Have some chips too. Should buy some more. Here we go. Can only hit that guy. Or never mind. Really, I can hit this guy. A lot more dudes with purple bars so far. Maybe shouldn't have blown up that mine. Can't hit him. And stuck here again. Really should have picked a better spot to stand. Got a whole firing squad up there. Damn. It's actually some pretty good damage. %, chance. Risk it. Wasn't worth it. Or maybe it was. It is a mystery. You guys are really annoying. Sweet fire. You deserve it. It's kinda rude. $669 damage. Very nice. post a shield. Few less crossbows to worry about. Total miss. And I stepped on one of our own traps. As long as I'm not getting pelted by literally all the crossbow guys here, I should be fine. Right? This might be bad. It is bad. Can only hit one of them. How annoying. Sudden urge to blow up this protector. Alright. Easy peasy. So at the rate things are going, Protector's only gonna last like 2, maybe 3 more waves. That's assuming they don't get harder. another snake teeth necklace. Now at exactly halfway to level 26. Guys just had to all die in the exact same pile. Yeah, guess that's pretty standard. Seems to be all of them. Still haven't had a sec trooper die on me yet. At least I'm pretty darn sure. My experience though is if the Serpentborn ever get close enough that this turret can start shooting, sec troopers are gonna start dropping. They do not know how to deal with the poison from the crossbows. And those crossbow guys love to stay all the way at the back. He also buys the bolts. Should have collected those. Pretty sure the bodies all disappear as soon as you leave, so opportunity's gone. He's not buying medicine right now. Probably because his inventory didn't refresh yet. Hey, that's fine. Store it in the locker. Keep some of it. Alright, back to what I was doing. Actually, maybe the ferryman's shown up at the Muty Island. Ah, he is. Makes things a bit easier. He speaks through the smoke. See, you've started opening them. I do. The lighthouse, it's luminescent, captivating, ain't it? It is. So, what's inside? Well, I could tell you if it'll make you a bit chattier. There's only one way to find out. One way to find out, kid. Well, not much of an answer as it turns out. Not much. Ruins be ruins. Full of old batteries that somehow didn't lose their charge. Ruins, eh? What'd you find? Right. A lot of really interesting things, if you must know. Things the world could benefit from. Really? Like what? History would be one. History, he chuckles. You think we would be here if people cared about history? They care only if it's aligned with their worldview. Otherwise, it gets tossed into the ocean like a torn rag or distorted to such extremes that it had been better off tossed. And besides, even if they did care about it, most can't learn anything from it anyways. Not wrong. He stares into the sea, appearing as though he's looking straight through the surface. The scent. Takes a long draw, blows smoke, and continues without looking at you. So what do you want this time? Get straight to the point. I heard you possess an unusual object that somewhat resembles the monolith. He nods. I don't have it anymore. It's gone. Did you sell it? No. You know, it happened a long time ago. 14 years or so, I think. Yeah, that's when I got this object. Did you get it straight from the monolith? No. I'd never go there. Especially not with the intent of desecrating it in any way. I got it from a pirate. He puffed smoke. The name eludes me, but he was a member of the pirate crew that lived at Port Cito long before the jetters came in. I traded it for something I scavenged. He said he got it from a man who got it from some other man who had apparently found it, claimed it, and it came from the dreaded glowing canine. I thought it looked interesting. Very unusual. Very. Could you describe it? Well, it's difficult to describe. Its shape, as it was, odd. He looks at his palm as if still holding the item. It had these two sides, two faces. One made of crystal, the other of some kind of dark rock. Depending on the angle from which you inspected it, the shard always appeared somewhat different. You could never tell where each face exactly began when viewed from the side. And it felt different depending on perspective. I always found it heavier in my hand when staring at the rock face than the other way around. Yet the crystal face had this attractive, prismatic glow when you'd stare at it, but casted no light at any other objects. That's the reason I bought it, for its utter peculiarity. The man who sold it to me referred to it as the shard, but it never appeared to me as something that had been broken off of something to have that name, but rather like a whole singular piece. But the name shard still stuck with me for some reason. Heap of smoke. So, what'd you do with it? I carried it with me around, and I looked at it. Heap of smoke. It did remind me of the monolith, like its dull representation. The more I thought about it, the more it struck me as a sculpture of an artist whose inspiration laid in the monolith. It did. I just liked holding it in my hand and looking at it. Till the day I saw the Sorme Baron performing that ritual. What kind of ritual? I don't remember exactly what kind of ritual they were performing, because on one hand I knew nothing about their ways, whereas now I know merely little, but on the other cause of the circumstances I am about to explain. Was sailing a bit further north than usual on that day, just past the large horticultural gardens, and I saw them on an island to the east. Saw the colorful robes of their shamans, the torches, smelled the incense from such a great distance. And then I felt I should approach them. Heap of smoke. To this day I'm not certain why I thought this, and even less why I actually did it. Was in my ferry, yeah. Then I found myself stepping onto the island with my shotgun in my hands. They were surprised by my intrusion, and hellishly mad, but something still kept them from killing me, right then and there. I could see the confusion and hesitation in their eyes. I placed my shotgun against a rock, made a few steps towards them, and pointed at the largest warrior. At the largest, tallest warrior. It's yours. It was being yelled and growled alongside phrases I could not interpret. Speaking of, probably got the pronunciation completely wrong. Anyway, all the while, the crowd was moving back, making a circle around me and him. Me, a then much younger but unarmed man, and him, a 3.5 meter tall warrior, wielding a humongous club. I was no match for him, and he toyed with me like a child would toy with a captured mouse. Would grab me, look at me, then pull on my limbs until I screamed with pain. Throwing me around in different ways was amusing to him. His brethren as well, as they were laughing and cheering for him. The shaman smiled as well, but from the few glances I could give them, they were far more reserved in their reactions. Then, he stood me up and showed me his hammer. Its head was a head of a beast, he puffs, torn off one of the large statues. Then he lightly tapped me in the chest and sent me flying back. He was turning around with his hammer in his hand and cheering, but he quickly discovered he was the only one. I stood up, bloodied and in pain, and I saw fear in everyone's eyes. I grabbed something from my pocket and threw it at him, hitting him in the back of the right forearm. Alright, back of the right forearm. Note that one. He dropped to the ground, dead. In the back of the right forearm. It's not exactly a vital body part. It ain't, but it didn't need to be. Something came over me and made me take this object and simply throw it at him. Just like when it came over me to challenge him in the first place. You threw the shard. Correct. I threw it at him and that's where it remained. It took, I don't even know how long for the shock and horror to dissipate from their faces. The same emotions I saw when I first approached, but now intensified. His comrades, they carried him away on a ship, northwest. Meanwhile, I was approached by their shaman, who spoke things which I couldn't understand at the time, but now. He pauses. I was allowed to leave. I grabbed my shotgun and sailed away. He puffs some smoke and looks around. End of story, kid. Crazy story, old man, but what do you do with the more interesting things you find, like artifacts and various other oddities? You want to trade them too? I do find things of greater value that is inexpressible through mere coinage, mere quantity. Why are you interested in such things? I happen to like collecting them. Collecting is qualitative, hoarding is compulsory and quantitative, and in our perception the line between the two is often blurry. I do not collect these relics. I find, I pass them on. Keep up smoke. There's no other way but to pass them on, kid. I do, however, make sure to give them to someone who will be enriched by it, even if just a little. Enriched, in the real sense of the word. He ponders for a moment. Very well. I will show you some of the things I've found. The price I ask for them does not reflect their qualitative value, mind you, for that would be pointless. No, I'm merely covering my expenses. There's the unique shotgun, the one that's not at the bottom of a swamp. An anchor pendant. Metal pendant with the shape of an anchor, featuring a human skull and bones in the middle. Feels way too heavy for its small size. It's 2 points. And a glass float. Small sphere colored glass, tied with rope. 2 points. Now, before I start the long conversation, let me just do a quick save, then have a little bit of a drink. And also some conversation enhancing drugs. Find the ferryman busy as always. Guess I could use a break. What do you need this time? Can I ask you a couple of personal questions? He looks at you, moves his pipe from one end of his mouth to the other, and speaks. You really want to know more about me? Yeah. He responds after a pause. One question. You got one question. What can you tell me about your boat? This boat's older than I am. In fact, it's so old it's been modified so many times one can hardly think of it as being the same boat. Yet somehow, in essence, it's still the same one. It had, for instance, an internal combustion engine, diesel powered, before it was converted to electric. 2,500 kilowatts of power, like that of a tugboat. It's got its share of problems due to its age. He looks at the crane. But the crane, it never failed me. No matter the depth, no matter the weight, it retrieves. He takes a draw from his pipe, holding it with his right hand before unleashing a curtain of smoke. It retrieves. Well, that's the one question, but let's try pushing it. How come everyone leaves you alone, especially the natives? They don't seem to like anyone. You already asked your question. Damn. Blows some smoke upward, takes a deep, calm breath. I had some questions about the Black Sea. Then ask. How much do you know about the history of this place? About the NFT facilities? Little. He stares into the sea, appearing as though he's looking straight through the surface. And it don't matter anyway. Okay. Monolith at the entrance of the Black Sea. What do you know about it? It's known as the glowing canine among the people. You puff smoke. Only ever seen it from below. But those who have been there and returned alive said its peculiarity is not limited to its physical appearance, but the psychological influence it imposes upon those who approach it is more than evident. Some sought more from it, but those did not retain their sanity or, in better case, did not survive. Nah. He shakes his head and puffs smoke. You know, every time we mention the ruins, you start silently staring into the water. What's that supposed to mean? Must be thinking about something. Who do you think you are, kid? Me. I'm Paul Penis. He chuckles. Lost. You are lost. But in the grand scheme of things, so am I. You, me, the rest of Underrail. The poor suckers who lived here and whose skulls now serve as insect and fish homes, and for coral to grow on. Takes a long draw and exhales the smoke to the left. Gazes at you while holding his pipe. Then he takes another draw, exhaling to the right this time. Well, perhaps I do that, staring at the water thing. Haven't noticed. Must be subconscious. Yeah, he nods. Subconscious. 'Cause it is down there, kid. The center. You stare at the surface of the sea, but only see your own reflection. You break the surface. You see nothing but the unlit depths. The center, it's somewhere down there. Everything's sinking towards it. Down and down. These Lemurians, that's how they call themselves. They even built towards it. And they met their doom before us. Before, but only seemingly. We're all sinking together. Tell me more about these things, about the Lemurians. Speak as though you know a lot about it. If you want specifics, I know little about these Lemurians. Perhaps even less than you do. What I do know, though, is that they were people who attempted to ascend through technology. Biocorp too, and many others. All essentially doing the same, but a little differently. They thought they could emulate or even return to the surface, or beyond. He chuckles. But look what became of their endeavors. But it ain't the fate that awaits only the deluded and voracious, but us as well. Only we're lighter, and thus sink more slowly. But we do sink. We do make our descent into center, one way or the other. One way or the other. Keep mentioning it, but what's this center? And the descent into center? You really want to know, kid? Yeah. You think you can handle something which could change your whole perspective on life, existence, reality itself? Probably not, but I'm willing to try. Let's see then. He walks to the cabin, pouring the ash from his pipe into the sea along the way. There he kneels, effortlessly at his age, beside the bed. He grabs a small plastic box from underneath it. It's a simple, dark brown box with a worn-out label. In it, another pipe, superficially similar to the one that he's been smoking up until now, but with a rougher texture and more prominent signs of age. Inside is also a nylon bag, filled with what appears to be tobacco. After sprinkling the said tobacco into his pipe, dosing it carefully until satisfied, he uses a tamper, a pen-shaped tool with a wide, flat head, to gently compress it. Then repeats the process 2 more times before putting the pipe tool away. He takes a draw, not yet lighting his pipe, and returns all of the items but the pipe back into the box, which he also returns to its original location. He walks back to you, stroking his yellowish mustache with his left hand, eyes glued to the rusty deck. The ferryman then pulls out a lighter. Descent into center, you say, he says and lights his pipe. puffing a few times until it's properly lit. Then he takes a long first draw and expels a thick cloud of smoke that has a unique, full-bodied, musty smell, evocative of memories of an unexperienced past. Takes a moment to relax, to stare at the relatively calm sea. Then he looks you dead straight in the eye. We can begin, kid. What I'm about to tell you are my own thoughts, observations, ideas, my own philosophy, which are based on years and years of study and experience. You puff some more smoke. I looked within myself and the surrounding world, its history and culture, and lack thereof. I've read the old books and books older still, and I studied and compared their contents in an attempt to extrapolate the ultimate truth. This is what I inferred. This reality of ours stretches in a certain direction, drawn by something I referred to as the spirit of gravity. This direction leads to true death. So, you mean to say that our collective path as a civilization leads to inevitable doom? In a sense, yeah. And not only the paths of civilizations, mind you, but of individuals as well. Them as well. However, allow me to explain further. You see, at the very top, way up there, that's where the origin is. It's the highest point of existence, free from all the hardships, complete weightlessness. And then, there's the center, where true death awaits. Spirit of gravity I mentioned. It's the call of true death. Everything that exists, you, me, communities, and entire civilizations heed this call. Everything that lives must grow old and heavy, and eventually die. Seem to imply that physical weight has a great role in the descent. We start weightless, and as we accumulate weight, we fall to the center over time. That's the burden, but it's more than a mere physical quantity, much more. You must not confine yourself to its material aspect. Please, do not. But before we can discuss burden, I must first address this by the time of yours. For the passage of time is but an illusion. It is simply a way in which we perceive this directional nature of reality. Its physical manifestation is the tendency of humanity to dwell in ever greater and darker depths of the earth. The humanity that was closer to the origin dwelled among the stars. You understand? If I understand it correctly, the spirit of gravity is pulling us toward the center no matter what. What we see as the passage of time is, fundamentally, the passage of our descent. Time is place. This point in time we're currently in is the physical point of our decline. Is that correct? Gives you a slight smile. Very good. You seem to be understanding things well so far. I think I could safely proceed and say a word or two about true death. True death is the ultimate death. the permanent dev. Does that mean other forms of death are merely an illusion? Yes, but which death? True death is far from an illusion and means the end of existence. False death, it's merely physical. Because, you see, false death does not release one from the descent. One will just be reborn again where you left off, or even lower. Suicide will not only not help you, it will instead confuse you and further remove you from the origin. You understood the essence. That immaterial part of us remains even though our corporeal mechanism ceases to function. And that allows us to return and continue with our descent. True death is the literal death, material and immaterial. And is not a desirable outcome. That is what I've inferred. He puffed some smoke. So then what's true literal death actually? What separates it from the false? Well, actually, no, that was already answered. But I'm gonna ask anyway. Death is cessation of action. False death only of physical, and only until you're reborn. While true death is of all action, and of your whole essence. False death is not death at all, but most will know no better. He puffed smoke. And in origin, I get to exist on, right? You want to live on. Don't want all your actions to cease, you say? But they will. The only question is in which manner. By returning to the origin, or by dying a true death. In true death, your action will be accentuated to an unbearable vibration, and in that manner, transformed. And in origin? Origin. He takes a long draw and exhales slowly. We'll get to origin. And what are these unbearable vibrations? What happens after that? Old books, they all describe it differently. He slowly puffs some smoke. Some focus on its material aspect, others on its immaterial one. But what they all agree upon is that it concerns the entirety of you, your whole existence, your body and your essence. They also agree that true death, no matter which form it has been explained through, is unbearable. Well, sounds like the records hardly agreed. How can you be so sure that what you concluded is the truth? It is foolish to only rely on empirical certainty, for it's rarely available. The truth of things, especially those we cannot measure or quantify, lies in coherence. Reality is deceptive, more so due to our imperfections and the imperfections of our senses. as none of the old books are without false observations and deductions. But once you look at all of them, the falsities, vein, and the intersections of human thought can help us glimpse into the fundamental qualities of reality. For even humanity recognizes its own essence to some degree, but it often ignores it. He puffs smoke. Believe what I say, or don't. Fine with me. I'm just trying to give a truthful description of something I deem to be of supreme importance. But know this, you cannot strive if there's nothing to strive for. Otherwise, you're just stumbling pointlessly through the darkness of existence. If every death is a false death, and will always be reborn, how do we know if we've died before? How do we know what's the first and what's the last? Takes a moment to think about it, puffing while doing so. We can't know. We can't, because it would be necessary to look at ourselves from a perspective that would allow us to obtain the means to justify our belief that we have experienced false death. In that perspective, we cannot assume. At least I don't think so. Don't know if I died a false death before, and ultimately it ain't important. For when it comes to looking at the whole, there's no such boundary there at all, since it's a false death, and hence not death at all, and it didn't happen before, nor is it about to happen. Got that flow wrong. Start back from there. And it did not happen before, nor is it about to happen. As time is just an illusion. But shouldn't the burden be present regardless of our current state? Couldn't we feel the burden? Before I click that, I have this strange feeling that I keep dying and returning to life. It's as though these deaths keep setting me back, yet I don't actively remember anything or otherwise possess any evidence. And now the actual answer. True. The burden is present, even greater with false death. But it still doesn't tell us much about false death. There's no way to compare our burden from before and after. False death is something beyond our senses, for it destroys them. That's one of its consequences. That's why it fools us. As with many other things, we cannot rely on empiricism alone to give us the answer. We can, however, acquire the knowledge of its existence. So then would you be implying that the only ones who'd be able to know for sure any of this would be higher beings? He pauses. That's an important question, as those atop a cliff can see more than those gazing up at it from below. By the virtue of being higher in a more profound, true sense, the higher ones have insight into these things. This imperfect humanity does not and perhaps cannot. The most revered of the old books claim to have received knowledge from higher, celestial sources, whatever form they were believed to have had. This knowledge was claimed to have been inaccessible by humanity in any other way beyond these revelations, kid. He puffed smoke. But of course, some men only claim so. The true answer lies in wisdom, where it encompasses these crucial things: experience, knowledge, and the capacity to understand and reconcile the former, or former two, in order to form new knowledge. From wisdom also inevitably emerges humility, or let me try that word again, humility, which evicts the childish arrogance and turns the mind into a fertile soil for understanding things supreme. For knowledge is, in simple terms, a justified true belief. Falsities can be believed, but not known, as they are by definition false. Thus knowledge requires truth. Truths that are not believed also cannot be known. For how can you claim to know if you yourself do not believe? Thus knowledge requires belief. But belief in something, even if true, is not knowledge. For without justification, it might just be a guess, blind luck. And that's not knowledge. This knowledge requires justification. Where does justification come from, you ask? He chuckles. That's something we can debate till our descent into center, kid. But I can tell you where it doesn't come from. And that is from profane quantification. The reduction to the confines of what's available to the senses. Turn to this justification later. Like to move to a different concept. Fine. Tell me more about center. It's too complex for you to understand right now. Don't think you fully grasp some of the more basic concepts yet. Alright, and how about origin? Origin, highest point of existence, free of all the hardships, complete weightlessness. Tell me about it. I've observed the decline of humanity, slow but steady descent. If we've sunk from the surface to the underground, in what higher position did we occupy before that? Kept asking myself that question repeatedly for years, looking for records from before the surface. Did you discover anything? Read about celestial space above the surface, from which those who came before us fell from a higher place and higher state. They became heavier, and they fell down. He puffed smoke. But not even that celestial space from which they fell is the origin. It's far too close to the surface. Too close. Origin is higher above, among the stars. It's where one can achieve complete weightlessness. Origin is complete weightlessness. Can't remark on it. About spirit of gravity. Spirit of gravity. True death's call. Everything that exists heeds this call. Everything that lives must grow old and heavy, and eventually die. You mentioned that you invented the term spirit of gravity. How did it originate? The term was inspired in large parts by certain old books. The scientific term gravity is familiar to you, a force by which objects with mass attract one another. But spirit? That's something entirely different. Does it have to do with essence? Essence. That implies the vital quality of something. Spirit ain't that. Me, spirit's an immaterial property that brings something to life. It's like a spark, yeah. Spark that ignites fuel in an internal combustion engine of a ship, like mine. If I replaced it with an electric, whatever, continue. Yeah, let's take a ship as an example. You have the hull, the engine, all the internal components. You can add fuel and oil and everything else you need. You can have all the elements in their place, but the ship will be nothing but an inert piece of metal floating on the water. For that ship to move and be, it needs something to breathe life into it. A spark. Only the spirit, as something of a higher order, does not cease to be after giving life, but persist and further drives its carrier's existence through action. So, I get it. Spirit is energy beyond the physical. That's the way you want to conceptualize it. Therefore, the spirit of gravity, something that's immaterial in essence, it has a physical manifestation of a downward pulling force, like gravity. Let's move on to a new concept. How about some more about burden? Weight which we carry on our backs, and the one that we carry within, this burden, makes us sink to the center. In fact, very existence is like a constantly sinking ship. From the origin to the center, all of us share the ride. But the ship is tilted forward. He takes a draw. Tilted with some of us being on its higher end, the stern, some on the lower bow, closer to the center, and the rest somewhere in between. So even if a person's relatively light, heavier people will still weigh them down or weigh down the ship and make us all sink faster together. Yeah, in a way. But I'd rather phrase it like this. We share our burden because what weighs down the ship is our combined weight. We may have our own burden, but we can help ourselves by helping others with theirs. That's the key. You understand, kid? Kinda like the second answer, but I don't think it's entirely right. Go with the first one. I understand. The lighter we are, the slower we sink. Our burdens are shared, so even if some are light, others will weigh us all down. Yes, you understand. So then those that are closer to the center than us. Yeah, he takes a draw. Are the faceless one of them? He puffs smoke and nods. Good, good. How'd you know? Don't think it's any one of these. Closest one would be 3. Many reasons. And there are truly many. Their reliance on technology, the physical space they occupy, and the physical form that they bear, their past. All these things add to their burden. And what do you know about their past? Concretely, very little. Or few know much about the feared tunnelers. But from what I do know, I can extract or abstract and compare. And resemblances materialize. The factors I mentioned, they share them with many others. Yeah, they're further down than most of us, but I think they're starting to realize. Are there others like them? Yes. This man partakes in reality and is drawn down by the spirit of gravity. He descends towards ever lower levels along with, but sometimes also as a vanguard of humanity. Sometimes whole groups can be this vanguard. And they're a vanguard in the sense that they serve as an example of decline? Exactly. And can they be helped? Possibly. You cannot help those who won't help themselves. Helping them means carrying their burden yourself, while they accumulate more on their own. Yet those who want to help themselves might drag you down in doing so. Like a drowning man pulling both his rescuer and himself to a watery grave. Then there are the sinister ones, the wicked. The weight of men comes from many sources. Many sources. Some we know intrinsically, but the rest can only be seen through the burden of others. He takes a draw. But, as I've said before, helping others with their burden will also help you. But it can also burden you further. You simply need to be wise. So, if there are negative examples, then there must be positive ones. I believe we can learn just as much, if not more, from those who are above us than those below, the vanguard. You're right, kid. The thing is, some lessons can only be learned from the mistakes of others, whereas we can draw wrong conclusions from looking up. Humanity of the higher states always looked up, always. Yet they sunk into a place where looking up means looking at the ceiling. Perhaps by not looking down, they never noticed themselves sinking. He exhales a thick cloud of smoke and looks up. I have no further comment. What happens if we're light enough? Can we stop sinking? If we're lighter than existence, we ascend. Tell me about this ascension. When you say lighter than existence, what do you mean exactly? Lighter than existence is something that's not easily explained. For those who truly know it, cannot speak. I will say this though, whatever makes you heavy, physically as well as mentally, let it go. The simplest first step you can take is to help others with their burdens, for this will unburden you. So we share the burden, like in the ship metaphor. He nods. So it's just, if you help others, you're helping yourself. Not all help unburdens. Sometimes it even burdens you and/or others further. Be careful when reducing a truth to something you find easier to comprehend, or you might lose crucial details. You puff smoke. Burden is the key. What happens when we do ascend? Or if we ascend? What happens when you ascend to the origin? Nothing happens, for that presumes passage of time. All happening, all action, all temporal movement is a struggle, and always draws towards the opposite pole, the true death. What origin is, though, a state of complete weightlessness and an absence of any struggle. Do you understand? The only way in which we can transcend the spirit of gravity, and we can indeed only transcend it, or we cannot resist it, is to turn our thoughts and our actions towards the origin. The origin. We must rid ourselves of all the things that make us heavy, that burden us, not only so that the spirit of gravity will stop affecting us, but so that we may be lighter than existence itself, and float upwards to the origin. He takes a draw. We can make a pause here. You know what? I think that's a good idea. Gonna have to go take a bathroom break anyway. So I will be right back. And I'm back. Let's keep going. Very well. Just gone over Spirit of Gravity, Origin. See if he feels like talking about the center yet. Not right now. So we've talked of Burden and Ascension. So how about Passage of Time? Passage of time is but an illusion, a way in which we perceive the directional nature of reality. Nothing to discuss apparently. About true death. True death is the ultimate death, permanent death. I've been thinking, can you help someone with their burden by killing them? Strictly hypothetically, of course. He pauses, frowning. Killing. What do you mean exactly? I've told you that death, false death, removes you even further from the origin. Yeah, but what if someone has a burden which keeps dragging him down till he's physically dead? Wouldn't death help him before he gets dragged down even further? False death is only of the flesh. You seem to be disregarding the essence, what is not confined to the body, what defines us no matter what form or shape we take or end up with. Keep of smoke. On the contrary, perhaps death can prevent someone from committing a mistake that will burden them. I see your point, but taking someone's ability away to act, good or bad, breeds confusion. Is it worth it? Ultimately, I don't have a definitive answer to this question. What I can tell you though is that I've killed many people, for reasons which might seem justified or not. And in doing so, even if I have, let's assume, helped some of them somehow, I've only burdened myself further that I'm aware of, or that I'm sure of. There's some barking going on. Alright, it seems to have subsided. Kill because I have to. I thought so too. Sometimes I was right, but then again, all the other ones are just kind of retreads. Let's see what happens. Tell me about true literal death. Yeah, went over this before. At this point, the only thing we haven't talked about is center. apparently I just wouldn't get it. Maybe this one. You consider money to be a burden. Is money a burden? For individuals, depends. For humanity, indubitably. Pulls a coin out of his pocket, it sets it on his hand. It's got physical weight, be it a coin or a plastic card, it's got weight. But this weight, this physical, quantitative property, pales in comparison to the true weight that money can have. Puts the coin over his eye like an oblique monocle. It's a lens through which humanity has quantified or quantificated the values of everything, as everything can be expressed through it. Everything's got a price. For the quantificate means to reduce to discrete magnitudes, and to reduce means to remove the qualities deemed unimportant. As humanity's higher values erode, so did they become quantificated to this most profane material form. In fact, kid, this very burden's a large part of the erosion itself, the corruption. Then I suspect you use money because you have to. I only use it when I gotta. 'Cause I gotta, and the amount I gotta. Everything beyond that is a burden. Would you abolish it, given the chance? Whether I want to or not is irrelevant, as is the question of whether I could or couldn't. It's a sad part of humanity's imperfection. If money did not exist, it would be necessary to invent it. This one is an important one for staying in character. So option 1's out. Go with the diplomatic approach. Money is something that simply exists. It's a part of the world. It's not either good or bad. Entirely depends on the use of it. Can be either. Individuals may have this wisdom. They may. But humanity as a whole does not. That's the end of that subject. I think I asked this before, but I'll ask it again. What is ascension like? The real ascension happens instantaneously, or rather, outside time, and is present throughout, for it radiates from the origin. The realization of this ascension partakes to some extent in physical reality, and comes from my thoughts and is reflected in my actions. But ascension is available to all, regardless of the situation and even their actions. They are not essential. Well, if time's an illusion, as mentioned, then the ascension happening instantaneously, temporally speaking, seems logical. You're thinking the right way, and that's the way I approached it too. I first came to the realization that the reason all of us can ascend is because all of us can descend. You see, the spirit of gravity affects us. We're burdened, heavy. We're being pulled down through physical existence. Yet all of us, as sentient beings, possess within us the means to deal with our burdens. He takes a draw. But just because we can, doesn't mean we will. And just because we possess virtues, doesn't mean we're flawless. All will descend fully, but only some will ascend. Only they are the true light of the origin. The rest are errors, distorted refractions, illusions, imperfections. I don't speak of men, for they are all imperfect. I speak of that which is within them. Essence takes a long draw and fills the space between you with fake smoke. What it is all that's left of you once you've rid yourself of burden. Strive to be that within you which is weightless, like colorless light. And that is how you will save most of what is man within you, what you call yourself. Why can't we become lighter through technological advancement? It's a fool's quest. A fool's quest to try and surmount the spirit of gravity through technological means. Man will never truly live on the surface again. Never. Because the time is the place, you understand? The reality and its conditions only move in one direction, for such is their nature. Don't believe me? Neither would Buyer Corber NFT technocrats. And look what became of their endeavors. But is there a line to be drawn? Surely not all technological progress must lead to destruction. That may be true in theory, but technological advancement spans many lifetimes. The lines drawn by those who came before are erased by those who come after. In their will to achieve dominance over nature, and high technology is the greatest asset to its realization that they or anyone can have. Still think there's hope, but we must first work to understand our own nature as best as we can and self-improve. Maybe then we'll be able to develop the right technologies that will truly help us. I don't see such hope. For what is the right technology? This ain't merely the question of not creating weapons or butchering the human genome, but having the technology aid us so much we have to carry it around as burden, which will weigh us down inevitably. Keep off smoke. Let me tell you something which will hopefully clarify my position further. This fairy of mine, it's a piece of technology, a piece of old technology. It's made of heavy metal and it hovers over the dark depths. The center's curtains. It ain't simple. It requires fuel, maintenance, understanding. It's a burden in every sense. But a ship, no matter how heavy, it will not sink as long as its weight does not overcome the volume of water it can displace. Don't you understand, kid? It ain't the fact that the boat is heavy, but that it's light enough to stay afloat. If I were to load this with too much cargo, it would sink. If there was no one to maintain it, it would sink as well. But a sailor who does not maintain his ship has sunk himself already. The most important thing, however, kid, the most important thing is that a ship can only sail on water. It cannot rise above the surface of the water, nor climb on land, for it's inherently impossible. And thus, technology on its own allows us to stay afloat. Perhaps we can push it ashore, yet those who seek to make ships fly, the burden which necessitates its creation, will make it crash down in flames and sink to the bottom of the sea. I guess he doesn't believe in airplanes. I think with that, we're out of things to talk about. I need a break. He nods and puffs smoke. You know, I haven't discussed the descent to the center with anyone since Hank. He pauses. Hank Wardell, was it? Yeah, Wardell. He wouldn't happen to have, used to own a house over in Core City, did he? Hank was an older gentleman. Not as old as myself, but most certainly a man who has spent his years acquiring knowledge and building up great wisdom. This made him catch up or even surpass me in this regard. He strove for the optimum, and that's the aspect of him I admired and found fascinating the most. The way he thought of and did things. He pauses. Due to the circumstances he was in at the time, I can't tell you a whole lot about him. I'm obliged to discretion, you see. Even mentioning his name was perhaps a bit of an oversight on my part. But that doesn't matter anymore. Nah. He puffs smoke and stares into the distance. Still, him and I, we had great discussion, debate, regarding the descent at the center. Agreements on certain topics solidified our beliefs, while disagreements forced us to think harder in order to refute each other's arguments. And arguments were indeed strong. Some I haven't been able to refute to this day. To this day. May have been the best conversation partner I ever had. I often wonder how my arguments are holding up after these few years since our encounter. He exhales a column of smoke and lets his mind wander off. So, where are you going next? I'll be hitting Port Cedo first, and after that, probably the northeastern waters. That's the plan. Hey, you happen to have a two-way radio on your boat? Yes. Mind giving me the frequency in case I need to contact you about something? He nods. Fine. Just let me check. He walks to his cabin and pulls out a radio station from underneath his bed. He blows away the thick coating of dust from this primitive sturdy box before swiping some more from a microphone and a bent antenna, which he promptly bends back to approximate straightness. He switches the radio on, turns a few knobs, then returns to you. Frequencies 22.787 megahertz. If you become a pest, I'll switch it off. I will. How old is that thing? Old, but it gets the job done. That crane of yours. He looks up towards it. What about it? And lowers his head. Guessing you use it for scavenging stuff out of the sea, right? Yeah. And generally lifting stuff in and out of the boat. What's the heaviest thing it can lift? Got something in mind, kid? Nah, just wondering. Crane is technically overpowered for this boat. so I don't have enough counterweight to use it to its full potential. Regardless of that, lifting a, let's say, looks at the crane and slightly tilts his head from left to right a couple of times. 10 to 15 ton load is generally safe, if it's done close to the boat. I'll keep that in mind. Oh, by the way, got any spare tobacco? Cigarettes or cigars, maybe? Tobacco's hard to come by down here in the south. Much too few hydroponic farms down here. The few sources I have are irregular, to say the least. Got nothing to spare, kid. He pauses, glancing at the sea before looking back at you. Tawny Merchant of the Grim Jetters has a cigar or two occasionally, but I'm pretty sure he keeps those for special customers only. Not to mention he's, kinda dead. Not my fault, though. Well, better get going. I'm off. See you some other time. See ya, kid. Alright. I got me a special little feat. Philosophy 3. Starting to put the pieces together. There might yet be some meaning behind this wretched existence. Resolve increased by 45. And max side points. Resolve 142. What this does is increase the chance to resist some negative status effects, such as stun and incapacitation, caused by mental stress, and also reduces damage or duration of certain psionic attacks that target the mind directly. I think it's one of those stats that's impossible to really boost it enough to make it worth it, but every little bit helps. Just a little bit less chance to accidentally stun myself with a flashbang. Anyway. Now know where the guy was hit with the shard. I'm gonna go do some grave robbing. Sea serpents, lepers, how much in this square? Approaching the village, or one of the villages. Drive right on by. I got bison. It's a bit closer than I want it to be. Forget if it's over there or if it's over here. I think it's over there. Little bit too close. Damn it. Gonna have to get rid of that one pronto. Didn't work. Oh. Damn it. This might be bad. Oh, that was kind of close. Probably lost a ton of durability on all my stuff. Yeah, survivable. This leads inwards. Guessing this must be the place. There's a joint security headquarters. The place I'm looking for is right next to it. sides. Use some more 25. I think I've got enough 40. Not gonna need EMPs. Should be enough frags. Got plenty of fire. Maybe some repair kits. Alright. Oh hey. Time to start doing some war crimes. I said, start doing some war crimes. Come on. Oh hey. Damn. Critically hit for 203. Son of a bitch. Alright, this time, do not get swayed. Proceed to the objective. Tiny bison skull. It's only about 5 centimeters long. 1 point. Bunch of poison. Another tiny skull. Outside of a big old facility. Absolutely massive HVAC system. Or just ventilation. I'm no HVACologist, I don't know the difference. Alright. Getting in here, definitely easier than getting out. So just in case, I'll make the save for this episode early. Just so I can go back to it in case shit is truly fucked. here to come to investigate. Or is just the one, apparently. Hate when that happens. Hate when that happens. Well, time to eat a frostbolt to the face again. Yeah, this ain't gonna end well. As expected. Step number 2. Little bit better. It's on fire. That's not gonna stop him. That will. Damn it. Run like the wind. And leave some fire behind. Didn't really help. Only have a chance to use the coagulation shot. Snake fetish. Head of a snake mounted on what might be a human bone. 1 point. The spirit staff. Cross between a spear and a staff made out of long bone. The spear tip-like symbol inside a circle lined with sharp teeth at the top. Holding it gives you an unsettling feeling. Seems like a strange weapon. Another snake fetish. Some bison milk. Water skin filled with rich bison milk. When consumed, increases strength by 1, critical damage bonus of melee weapons, and unarmed attacks by 25%. So it's just kind of a slightly better version of the Rat Hound barbecue. You feel uneasy as you approach the darkening tunnel. Something doesn't feel quite right. It's as though the darkness ahead is more than just the absence of light. Ominous. Red Rune Rock. Familiar rune, painted red on a flat rock. 2 points. Everything in this room. And now the pilfering. Oh. Did a quick save and then it did its own save. We're extra backed up. There's stuff to loot, but it's not the kind of place you want to stick around. This is, I think, the only area where you straight up can't save. There's probably another one, but I don't remember it. Okay, so the part I'm looking for is the right forearm. Also another piece of evidence that I didn't really go and get. Oh, and I forgot that I also need to go and get the crank. I say as soon as I look at it and realize it's sitting right there. Alright, let's get this shit show started. Examine the back. Arms. Back of the right forearm. Nothing. Yeah, there's another piece of evidence that makes this part a lot easier. But I'm skipping that. But I said that already. Nothing. It's getting darker in here. Nothing. Not that one. And there's the thing. I pretend I do not see it. Okay, never mind. Time to go. Actually, I wonder. Juice? Yeah, that didn't do shit. Another one. It's blocking the path. Damn. Not quite fast enough. Right. At least we know where the crank is. Or maybe I don't. Are the runes the same? I'm not sure. For reference, the runes are those. Okay, keep looking for the crank. I already forgot what all the runes look like. gonna pick this one to try to remember. One strike from top left to bottom right, two strikes from top right to bottom left. It was over in the second room from the right. Forget if the mechanism can also spawn already inserted into one of the mechanisms. Don't think so, but maybe. Cave wall. Missed. Nothing too exceptional in here. So I'm starting to wonder if sticking around and looting stuff actually affects things. I think it does, but don't remember. I can just loot the place after. And I'm back out. Shit. The hell's the crank? Must have missed it. It's not in here. Doesn't seem to be getting darker. At least not noticeably. It's not in here. Oh, it did spawn inside of one of them. Nothing. Not that one. Not that one. I think I can get about 5 of them before the spirits start showing up. I also forget on if once they show up I have to just load the save or not. Oh, there it is. Alright. Gonna try entering from the other side. And if it's still, you know, full of dark spirits, I'm just gonna load the save. Really starting to take a lot of bandages. Yeah, still looking pretty dark in here. Still full of shadow people. Alright. At least now we get to test if the symbols also randomize. If they do, I'm gonna have to start remembering which ones I tried and which ones I haven't. That is a different symbol. So we're gonna have to remember. crank isn't here. Just one that's a tilted age. I tried that one. I didn't really look too closely at the other ones. Actually, I'm starting to wonder if I grab the crank, leave, quick save, and go back in, if I'll still have the crank. Because even if it randomizes the symbols, at least I'll have the first part. There it is. Yeah, I'll give it a try. Alright, so the next step of solving this is just keeping in mind which ones I've tried and which ones I haven't, in terms of symbol rather than position. That one already tried. This one that looks like a bee. That one kind of looks like a X and an infinity. Oh, not to be. It's not the weird eggs. Now the Thunderbolt. Or reverse end. Yeah. Not that one. That one looks like a sword and a hammer. Oh, spirits are here. Pretty much as soon as they show up, it's time to load. Don't think it's possible to keep looking while they're around anyways. Right, that one's the same. Those two also. So maybe it generates which ones where before I enter. Has suddenly made it a lot easier to brute force this. It's not that one. That one is... I don't know how you describe that symbol. Like, half of a pair of scissors plus some extra stuff. Yeah, that's not a very good description. That one kind of, it's like a cross, not, well, I forget how you describe that. Whatever. Just have to remember it by image. Shadow men are here. Can I do just one more? Damn it. Now I think about it, don't have to remember the symbols at all. But who knows? Maybe something will throw a wrench into my plans. Like, say, if they randomize between time intervals rather than based off of the save, like I mentioned. That one's the same, and the other one. Gonna be the last one I check. Found the shard. Shard is about 7 centimeters long. It looks more like two different items being held together by some unnatural force. One item is made from some strange rock, with the other being some manner of crystal, which gives out a prismatic glow, but it's not able to illuminate any other object. The more of the one side of the shard you see, the more the whole shard seems to assume the non-visual properties of that side, such as weight, temperature, and surface texture. Right, look at the rocky side. The stone surface feels coarse but comfortable to touch at the same time, and not at all cold, as you would expect from something that resembles stone. It feels very nice to press your skin against it, but it does not produce any powerful sensations that you feel might fade with time. It must be the most comfortable inorganic material in the world. How about the crystal side? Crystal side of the shard looks so ethereal and delicate that you're not sure if it's material at all. Does not seem to occupy the space in a normal way. It feels as if it rests in a different world, far from you, and you can only see it due to its soft, inexhaustible light. Look at it sideways. Examine both the rock and the crystal side at the same time. Feels weird to look at the shard sideways. Indeed, it's as if there are two objects that do not look like they can connect, but somehow they do. Might have to look at it differently. Repeat the process. Same as before. Or, I don't remember seeing this part. You stare into the crystal long. Its light starts to imprint incredible images into your mind's eye. Geometric shapes and bodies that defy the laws of space. Infinitely fine patterns. Colors beyond the visible spectrum, and greater wonders that you have no way to describe, even to yourself. and they all seem to occupy the same space. The infinite deeps of the ethereal light of the crystal. You need but only reach out and grab them before they flee too far from your limited mind. Then, did I miss something on the rocky side? Most comfortable inorganic material. And this part. As you trace your hands across the surface, you have a strange feeling that somehow this side of the item is meant to be held in your hand, like a handle. There's nothing in the shape of it that's suggested, but you get the feeling all the same. This feeling doesn't last long after you turn the item in your hands again. Just then look at it sideways. Somehow, the two disparate parts of the shard now seem to perfectly fit together and no longer make sense separately, like a handle and the blade of a knife. It seems derailed, but you now feel as you might be able to take hold of this weapon or tool or whatever it might turn out to be, for it seems it has potential to be many things. Try to feel out the handle of the shard and plunge your mind deep into the light and bring back whatever you can. As you reach for and into the shard, both your hand and your mind seem lost inside it, overwhelmed by its energies and vastness. You feel as though your entire being could be torn apart and disintegrated inside this great space. So you quickly grab onto the first thing your inadequate hands can grasp and pull yourself out. The ethereal torch. Torch is composed of 7 glass-like tubes of bluish hue that originate at the top of the shaft and converge at the top of the torch. Inside the torch, between those tubes, rests bright glass so indescribably delicate and ethereal that you're not certain if it has any material properties at all, or if it's pure light. The torch is almost weightless. Yeah, 0.01. On use, launches a ball of light at the designated area. Everyone caught in the blast takes 60 to 120 energy damage. This attack bypasses 50% of the target's damage resistance and threshold. Precision is dependent on the invoker's will and level. And we've got a test target right here. Yeah. That didn't work. Time to leave. Yeah, I'm gonna skip the whole looting this place part. Got what I wanted. Ever did check if, what I need to make the coagulation shot. Organic gel electrolyte, black collagen, and blood. Alright, and now, the exit. Wait for the spirits to stop being so restless. It's a scary looking guy with a lot of health. Got bonked hard. Real hard. Not sure which one's a bigger threat. The guy with the knife or the guy with the purple bar? Probably the knife guy. Second one. It's always a second one. Total whiff. It's fucked, Bray. Alright. So what if I blow him up directly? The best result. Sneaky guy isn't there. It's just gonna hit me with the Mega Slam again. Try to run. Fancy meeting you here. These guys ain't fucking around. I don't think I can win this unless if I stun that guy in particular. And I keep failing to do it. What if I bait him in? Right. I'll have an easier time hitting multiple targets. Please done. Damn it. Didn't get the important one. This dude's ridiculous. I made him run over the other way. Stuck here. not the worst place to be. Alright. You stay right there. Getting closer. Damn it. I'm pretty sure I can outrun him. I'm not 100% sure. Through the fire. Spend all the points running. It's getting close. Running out of chances. Oh fuck. Have to survive one more turn. Can I do it? Hell yeah. some knucklebone dice. Set of dice made from what seems to be cut and sharpened human hand bones. 3 points. And the barbiton. Giant mace made out of many bones and teeth, tied and glued together. It's unreasonably heavy. Not as heavy as Baylor's hammer. It's got 65 to 110, 25 points to swing. 30% crit chance, 125% crit damage bonus, 10% chance to stun for 1 turn, 20% chance to inflict bleed that deals an additional 50% for the 3 turns, and then a second one of those. Ignores mechanical damage threshold when attacking organic target. Damage increased by 10% for every point in strength above 8. And intimidation increase. Wouldn't be a terrible trophy, but that shit's heavy, yo. It's everything here. Still have a decent amount of ammo. It could start the genocide. You live for today. Second time that guy's managed to absolutely obliterate me in 1 turn. What the hell is his problem? You know what? Fuck you. Wherever you are. Heading in that one. Masterwork bone hairpin. This is a bone hairpin. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. The head of the pin depicts a sea worm fighting a spearman. I think this might have been the medicine man. some olivine. Alright, do I want to go back or get this done? Kinda want to go get that done. You know, since I'm right here. Plasma mines. Plasma turrets. Probably used the good grenades for this. Not sure if I can use this statue here as cover. Let's find out. Yeah, no. That's even worse. Can that other one hit me from here? Nope. Safe for now. There's another one right off screen. And one right there that I just bumblefucked my way into. Damn it. Alright, a little bit more caution. Save a little bit of ammo with the torch. See if I can't tag multiple of them with an EMP. Might be more plasma mines. Alright. Was gonna wait until I get into the building, but now seems like a good time to have a bit of a break. Mostly because I want to go get another beer. Be right back. And I'm back. So now that I have the compressor, notice I actually have to keep the microphone a little bit further away. Otherwise it picks up breathing and stuff. That one over there. Three of them. If I attack from all the way over on this side, I should be able to fight them one at a time, if I want to. Capacitive deionizer was once used to purify and desalinate water, it seems, but it no longer works. 1 point. Getting closer and closer to that level. Alright. Take this one out without ammo. Damn it. Can't even see it. It can clearly see me. Also, so it took out a whole bunch of the savages. Let's see what Yehoda has to say about enemy activity. Less activity than before the first attack, but still plenty. So they are being diminished. How about the pirates? Still on the downtrend. While I'm at it, what's the camp status? 27 troopers. Supplies for ammo, very good. High tech, very good. Medical supplies, satisfactory. And jet ski numbers, very good. Alright. A couple more turns. Just is hidden enough. It is. Not the most exciting, but it does get it done. Alright, there's one more of those. At least I hope it's just one more. Don't think I can hide behind that. What about that cannon over there? Yeah, it'll work. Don't really want to take a bunch of poison damage. And this'll do. It's a damn good thing the torch doesn't run on batteries. Speaking of, lots of batteries on these guys. Except that one. That one was broke. Everything here. It's just about. Alright. Time to get in. Welcome to Joint Security Headquarters. The facility is under full lockdown. Minimum clearance level required to gain access is C4. Authenticating. Welcome P. Bridges. Authorizing. Clearance level C4 detected. Access granted. In we go. Please stand by for bioscanning. Traces of dangerous substance detected. Please store your items into the nearby container and stand by for another bioscan. This is the part where we transfer all. And all of this stuff too. No pathogens or dangerous substance detected. Access granted. Your items have been transferred to the decontamination room. Which I think is right over there. Easy peasy, right? Just have to go get it. Just have to go get a hacking device. Oh hey, turrets. And cameras. More turrets. This might be challenging. Couple of dead guys. In front of a camera though. Singular grenade. And a laser pistol. But I suck with those. Got into the office. Is there anything in here? Batteries. Bullets. And not much else. Why can I see the plasma turrets through the walls though? Pretty sure that's not supposed to happen. More batteries. Funny goggles. Random munitions. hacking device. Oh. Time to run. As best as I can. Which, might not be good enough. Yeah, not good enough. Okay, so do not go past the halfway point in that room. Get the hacking device and get the hell out. Ouchie. I'm getting detected, aren't I? Yep. Fuck. Third time's a charm. Punch the wall. So mine right there. Give it a save. Alright, get the stuff. Now I have to stick everything back on the bar. So I really should start using focus stims. Rubber polish spray. Keeps your diving fins nice and rubbery. 1 point. Alright, so now that I've got my stuff, could just start blasting. Yeah, that's probably the best solution. Misclick. I'd love to wait until they're all in one big choke point, but gonna have to get this shit started. Gonna be some damage. Try not to hit myself with this. Perfect. Still the plasma turrets. There's 4 statues here. Gonna wait and see if the camera detecting me is gonna activate all 4 of them. Doesn't seem like it. And there's more. Fucking hell. Gonna have to do all that shit again. Anything to do different? Get rid of this Mark IV. Right, this time I actually can get multiple of them. I just have to deal with the problem directly in front. Finally. Are always separating. Really makes it inconvenient. Alright. Definitely went worse than the first time. Alright. Not gonna have to do that again. Let's see. Where are they? Right at the end of the hallway. And I'm guessing this is not good enough cover. Sure ain't. Guessing this isn't gonna be cover either. That's what the quick save was for. Generative vest. Not sure if it's better than the other one I found. Wonder if I can avoid those by being up against the glass. I can. But I can't hit both at the same time. Really saving me money on this one. I'm pretty sure if I can get into that room, or is it? No, it's this room. There's a security console right there that'll let me turn all of them off. But I've always been a fan of doing things the, I wouldn't exactly call it the hard way. There we go. And if I remember right, the ghetto stealth segment is over there. Alternatively, it's the room where you can go and get mauled by 3 Nagas at the same time. Let's go see exactly how bad it is over there. Cameras picked me up. Here they are. This is gonna be fun. Don't think I got the last one in the blast. Now he's gonna blast me. Torch does basically nothing. Alright. So this is not going to be the successful run, but I think I've got a plan. All I have to do is get all 3 of them right next to each other. Perfect. There goes 2. One more. Alright. Super Steel 104. Not great, but I will take it anyways. It's definitely a lot easier to deal with these guys on the grenade launcher build than on the shotgun build. Because despite having knees, it doesn't work that way. Alright, I'm pretty sure there was nothing else in this room as far as hostiles are concerned. Just in case. Expired caffeinated chocolate bar. Maybe it's still good. One bite won't kill ya, right? Yeah, you never know. Some heavy stuff in here. Or rubber polish spray. Miss Maiden toy. Little handmaiden doll in a pink dress. It's well hidden, but it does come equipped with a functional wrist blade. Neat. 1 point. Security Command Office keycard. And another Lemurian blaster. And a Lemurian officer chevrons. Or is it chevrons? Whatever. Eye-catching insignia of the Lemurian security captains. 1 point. 4 points away. Lemurian security marine armor. Full suit of body armor that used to be worn by the Lemurian marine troops. While both the suit and the helmet are in good condition, some of the latter's integrated systems are no longer functional, namely the HUD, targeting aid and combat feed, as well as the underwater breathing unit. The air filtration system is, however, still operational and provides moderate biohazard protection. Get 5 more action points when riding a jet ski, and more stability. As for the armor part, don't think that's really the point of it. and twitch. Reflex boosting concoction, popularly known as twitch. Adrenaline, dexitol, and retrolytic enzyme. Some exotic shit going into that. Lemurian Philharmonic pamphlet. Last one I needed. 1 point. $48,145. Definitely not an upgrade. And a minigun. 12.7mm caliber Predator type minigun. It's got a long game autonomous electric motor that rotates the barrel. I think I've been streaming too long, starting to trip over my words more than I usually do. Gonna get this place done first. No, I'm only like halfway through, however. Another shotgun. I do not like his aura. Or expired caffeine chocolate. And it makes me sad. Used to buy some Coca-Cola from a website. They stopped shipping it in bulk. You can only get it in individual tins, and the value on that is garbage. So now I just don't have any more of it. Lift lockdown. Verifying clearance level. Passed. Your clearance level is C4. Lifting lockdown will unlock the main entrance gate, disable automated bioscanning procedures, and allow access to the security command elevator. Mode of operation for automated defense systems will remain unchanged. Proceed. Not yet. Surveillance system. Disable. Error. I said disable. Successful. Auto turret defense system. Disable. Yeah, I don't need a supervisor. But I'll get that lockdown lifted now. Entrance gate 1, open. Entrance gate 2, open. And the command elevator. Alright. Could go over there, but got some shit to drop off. I'll take the safe way. Don't think these Naga diagnostic and configuration tools lets me repair the things. I think it just lets me access it without having the right electronics or mechanical skills. Well, that's a problem. drop all this heavy shit. Damn it, it wasn't done. Good enough. Let me make sure it's actually clear over here. Yeah, seems good. Oh. Well. Just had to say something. Can I drop stuff during combat? Seems like it. Same strat as last time. Just like last time, it worked. Quality 84 super steel. It's getting worse. And I'm out of thermal barracks. High explosive will have to do. Stick all of these in the desk. Alright. Somehow missed that box. Turrets over there should be off. gate's open. We just quick save so I don't have to repeat that. Plasma mines. There's a lot of friggin' plasma mines. Dockyard over that way. Still have over there to check out, but I know what's over there. A whole shitload of spiders. Though I do have plenty of frag grenades left. I'll do the docks first anyway. Right after I put away these boots I just picked up. Another capacitive deionizer. Broadhead bolts. Open inner dock gate. Successful. Sure is nice when stuff works. Oh hey, reef glider. Shit's kinda broken. Does look kinda neat. Size 1, also size 1. Another one. Let's try to be cheap with this one. Try not to hit the reef glider. One more good hit. There we go. So I swear there's more of these Nagas around than there usually is. Or it's just been a long time since I've actually been in this place. Could be both. It's the strong man. Totally gonna throw that napalm at me. Not if I blow it up first. Guess I just wait for the fire to die out. Looted the rest of the room already. I'll be back to grab the reef glider on the way out. I got the tow hook after all. I think the best way to do it if you're not willing to buy a freighter would probably be bringing an engine and a battery and the crappy one or a crappy ski that you start with, and then just abandon the scrapper one and just bring the reef glider over the Ray. Just give a lot of money for it. Alright, spider time. Agility 6. Only good things happen with attribute checks, right? I'm sure there's nothing bad happening behind this door. Let's find out. Yeah. Looks like I was wrong again. Oh hey, level up. Maybe if I wait long enough, they'll get bored. Didn't get into the room, did they? Nah, that was some other door opening. Alright, get that level. You have reached veteran levels and will no longer gain base ability points. However, you'll be able to choose previously unavailable veteran feats, in addition to the standard feats. Meaning, Constitution will never be higher than 7. Oh well. $69. Very nice. What are my choices? Increased weapon damage by 10% against humans, 15% against creatures. Major supplier. That one's pretty good. Increase the amount of money the merchants are willing to use when trading with you by 2% per mercantile skill. In other words, everyone's a lot richer. Which is pretty nice. On the other hand, even though I don't get the attribute points, I could boost up Constitution by 2 if I grab this. I think I can only pick like 2 veteran feats, or is it every level? I don't remember. So yeah, our choices are one of the 3 that increase damage against either machines, creatures, or humanoids. Major supplier, and increase base ability. Actually, since it's so important, I will look up on the wiki on how many veteran feats I can have. Wiki itself doesn't say it, so about character builder. So at 26, get a feat point. Then at 28, then at 30. So I can have 3 more. But that also includes all the other feats I could have. Other than fast metabolism, though. There's Pack Rat Hound. Yeah, it's pretty much just those other 2. Maybe Doctor as well. But that's basically just a different form of... wait, is it? Yeah, 25% more health from health restoring medications. But this one is all healing, so it's still better. Specialization for this. Not seeing it, so I'm guessing no. So I'm thinking I'll get major supplier for this level. Then the two other ones I'm gonna grab are the increased constitution, and then the last one will be fast metabolism. Unless if it gives me access to another one from having increased constitution. Can't get any of those ones. I'd be able to get last stand. Not quite enough for thick skull. Yeah, wouldn't really give me access to anything I don't already have. As far as stuff I actually want, that is. Let's see what else is all the way down here. Increase critical chance of unarmed and weapon attacks by 7% if I had 11 perception. One off. Bodyweight training would be nice. And I could get it. Still think I'd be better off with the extra constitution just on its own though. Alright, enough looking. Alright, so I'm gonna get another 3 specialization points. No, wait, 4. So we put all of them into a 3-pointer. Make the grenades that much more likely to crit. Don't think the 3-pointer applies to the torch, but yeah. Still nice to have the grenades be even better. Yeah. The only other thing I'd want would be either increasing initiative, which don't think I have to, or making sprint better, which, again, don't think I have to. Could just outright increase the damage from tricky trajectory. Or make it avoid evasion even more. So 4 points would be 8% more area damage. I'll just stick to 3-pointer. More guns. Bunch of TNT. Dump everything in here for now. One down. It just used a grenade. Beats getting punched in the face. Yeah, definitely starting to look like the correct move was enter by over here, dive into this office, then you can open both gates, get the spiders to go over here, have them fight the strongmen to death. But that's not how things are going to be playing out today. Super steel crowbar. Neat. It's unclear why would someone need a crowbar made out of the most expensive metal alloy, but here it is. Maybe it was just to prove a point. You know what? That's a trophy worth having. The mystical 100-round ammo belt. Alright, let's get this over with. Some big fire on you. I see you there. Glad I backed up by 1 square. Now, is that all of them? My bet is, no. There's always more to damn things. there's more, they're not in the main room. A large chunk of the ceiling directly above the console has fallen off and damaged the screen so severely you can barely make out anything it's displaying. Moreover, being that this is a touch-sensitive screen, it is questionable whether it will accept your input correctly, if at all. You wipe the thick layer of dust off the screen and begin. If I had to guess, toggle, storage, gate. There's 5 choices. Or I could just hack him. If I do it from the computer, at least once I walk down the steps there's a bit of distance. Except that one. And this one. Doing it anyways. Okay, that one. Missed. But not that time. About to get webbed again. Unless... There we go. You know what? Room's on fire anyway. Let's open another door. And didn't get here in time. Adrenaline wore out. Nothing in the units themselves. Well, not the other one, but this one, yes. Crappy battery, vehicle repair kit, and a crappy engine. Oh, right. Forgot about these. Technically, I could grab those and sail away on the reef glider. Alright, another door. Right after I reload. Alright. It's just one cocoon. With an eel. What's he doing over here? I think this one goes over to the security room. Some gun parts. Not really worth grabbing though. On second thought, maybe I do anyways. After I finish clearing out the rest of this room. And by that I mean the one last door. Gonna be like a giant pile of gold in there or something. I'm sure of it. Definitely not just more spiders. No spiders. Firecrackers. Plasma mines. Well, gun parts it is. Just one last thing to do before I'm done with this place. That is re-secure the outside. Lots of them. Oh no, wait. I forgot there was an entire floor I didn't go to. And it's actually the important part. Well, Good thing I remember now and not, once I'm back at the base. That's new. Void Rot. Character suffers 10 energy damage every turn. And I think that's 5 stacks of it. Sure hope that doesn't mean I take 50. Was just 10. Having 5 stacks of it gives me 10 damage per turn. I'm sure this information will become useful. Void Bolt. Bolt whose tip is coated in an odious, tar-like substance. It's warm in an unnatural and unnerving way. The bolt itself deals energy damage outright. And also applies 5 stacks. Alright. Oh, missed one guy. Just gonna re-enter the facility from the garage. I think it's just more machines in the basement, if anything. Shit. We're under attack again. Here's an idea. Reload the save. Oop. Don't worry, everything's fine. Just have to kill these guys real quick. Get on the jet ski. Get the frig out of here. Or back in the building, I mean. One guy resisted. And there's another guy off screen. Where is he? there's a guy. Pretty sure it's not the one shooting bolts at me though. Freak. Where the hell is he? Can't hit me from here. There you are. Right, move quick. Made it. Alright, just have to clear out the basement. Should be easy. Unless if there's something there that I don't remember, such as like 5 Nagas. Cause hey, who knows? Regenerative mixture. When ingested, catalyzes limited non-necrotic regeneration. Regenerates 20 health per turn for 6 turns. Or remember if those share a cooldown with the hypos. I think they don't. Super health hypo. Most powerful of healing concoctions. Restores 150. Some more plasma. Precog. Dispatcher terminal. Able to connect to LIN. View logs. A bunch of stuff. Import coordinates. Joint Security Headquarters F12. Keep E6. Bissell Station 0 elevators. L2. Nexus of Technology, already knew that one. Laborian Manufacturing Complex. K3. Blistering Shores Research Facility. L12. How about core stocking coordinates? Well, got the ones for Abyssal Station 0 elevators. Write it down manually. Hacking 130. Gotta be good stuff in here. Single desk. Never mind, cabinet 2. Cigar. Plasma. In pistol shape. There's always some bullshit up. Terrible launch. It's a bit better. Took out your friend. Bet you feel stupid now. He probably still thinks I'm an idiot. That guy at the round war table. Actually, since I'm done with this place, load the frags back in. Ooh. Map displays the southeastern section of the Black Sea. See markers representing military units of various types, both Lemurian and Biocorp. The former are all grayed out. None of the small monitor displays any useful information. It's mostly static background. Contingency Plan Z. We'll never know what the plan was, as most of the e-paper is completely ruined. At least it's not Plan R. Up 3 points. key to the reef glider. Another full M7, and another blaster. It's the third one so far, I think. Alright, gonna ferry the loot back over to the freighter. Starting with the stuff back in the spider room. Yeah, take the rest. Not sure why I was planning on leaving those behind. Perfectly good scrap. Speaking of scrap, gonna have to do that now. You know, now that I think about it, 20% chance to avoid getting immobilized would be pretty handy. On the other hand, I think I'd be losing the movement point bonus, which would kinda suck. A lot of scrap. Is gonna take a lot of repair kits for all the machine guns and stuff. Maybe I fix the rest first. Right, boost up just a little bit. Still not enough. There we go. Be back for the rest. Not sure why I didn't bother with the, all the laser pistols and stuff. Guess I should do that before putting them all away. Now that is one expensive gun. It's probably even more expensive to actually use it. Don't think I'm gonna scrap any of those. Fix up the more expensive ones. Make them even more expensive. Also, I'm just gonna scrap all these pistols. grab the rest. Picks up a couple of them. Probably just one of them, now that I think about it. Think that's gonna be enough for one stream. Because as soon as I walk back out there, they're gonna call me up and be like, yo, shit's on fire. Come put it out. Fix up this one. Pretty sure I've got some repair kits either back at the base or back at the basement. And if not, I can just buy some. I think about it, might have been more economic to sell the pistols and buy repair kits rather than try to turn them into repair kits. Because I only got like one out of those 3 guns. Well, anyways. It's gonna be it for today. We got the big money. Just have to cash it out. And save over this one. Alright. It's a pretty damn long one. Nearly 6 hours. Nothing clever to say, as usual. Just hope it was a good stream. And do let me know if the audio situation sucks or not. I'm gonna keep trying to improve it. Try. But anyways, hopefully that was a good stream. See ya.